excuse the brief interruption or whatnot. Welcome to SeaGL 2021. SeaGL on Cloud 9. um, I'm Salt, the 2021 impresario. And first off, I just want to say how much I thank you all for being here. This has been countless hours of effort from an all-volunteer staff. Just thank you to our staff, to our volunteers, of course, to our speakers, to our sponsors, and all participants. You are what makes SeaGL happen. As you might have noticed, this year's a little bit different. SeaGL has entered the matrix. So we've been at work building an online portal. Last year we were on IRC. This year we're on Matrix. It's going to be pretty similar, but it is an adventure for you to explore. A couple of things to note. As the talks are going on, they'll be moving into the current talk space. You can click and join those rooms, and the conversation will stay there. You'll be able to continue chatting. As the talks progress, if you want to pop into the next one, the stream will stay up in that one, and it'll stay up in the next one. There's also an option to view these all at seagull.org/watch if you don't want to participate with the portal. That said, look around. We have a hallway track with socializing and sponsors. We have information for any questions or help you need, and a bunch of other little features. Just let us know. Now, this would not be possible 9 years of SeaGL without our wonderful sponsors. So I really want to thank our platinum sponsors this year, Amazon Web Services and JMP. Our gold sponsors this year, CSATs, which is a part of Johnson & Johnson, Google, Schedules Direct, and the Ubuntu Community Fund. Our silver sponsors, Red Hat and Tidelift. And our bronze sponsors, one of which is a regional sponsor that has sponsored every single SeaGL. I forgot to mention that one of our gold sponsors, Schedules Direct, is also sponsored every single SeaGL. But bronze sponsors, Extra Hop, every single SeaGL. We also have Leading Bit, who is sponsoring TGL this year, and MySQL as a bronze sponsor. We have our media sponsors, Ada's Technical Books, Destination Linux Network, Jupiter Broadcasting, the Linux Foundation's Open Source Summit, an embedded Linux conference, and Linux Pro Magazine, and a ton of other community sponsors that I'm not going to list right now because I know we all want to get to our first keynote. A couple more reminders. Make sure to be aware and read over the code of conduct. It is in place on all conference spaces. It is linked in almost all of the topics for the channels. It's available at seagull.org/COC to get there quickly. If there are any questions, come to us, flag down a staff member. Everyone should be pretty visible. We'll get right on it and get things going. The other thing to remember and mention is that we have social media pretty much everywhere you can think. If we're not there, let us know and we'll try to get there. This year's hashtag is SeaGL 2021. Please use it. Please spread the word. Please share. That's how we all come together. So without further ado, I'd like to hand things over to the programming chairs, Rachel and Nathan. And I'll see you all later.
Hello, my name is Rachel Kelly. I'm the program co-chair for SeaGL 2021.
And my name's Nathan Handler, and I'm the other SeaGL Program Committee co-chair.
We'd like to thank our program committee as well as all of our volunteers, but program committee has been putting in a lot of hours and we just really appreciate you. And they are so much of why you are going to be able to see this wonderful program that we have for you. We've got 2 full days of talks.
We have 2 keynotes this morning and 1 tomorrow morning, plus a final keynote to wrap up the program at the end of Saturday.
After talks this evening, we've got DevOps Party Games, who is going to come and put on their Jackbox Party Games version for DevOps this evening at 4:30 p.m. Pacific. And then shortly after, we will have cocktails and mocktails with Mako for tonight's party. If you were here for last year's virtual conference, you may remember what a big hit that was. So I hope that you'll join us for that. And then tomorrow, after the closing keynote, we have tea sandwiches and trivia at the end of the night after the sandwiches.
And we know there are way too many talks taking place for you to possibly watch them all live, even if you're great at multitasking. So fortunately, most of them should be online shortly after the conference for your viewing pleasure. We'd also like to thank all of our other staff and volunteers who are working tirelessly behind the scenes and have been for quite some time to make sure that this event runs smoothly. It wouldn't be possible without all of their hard work. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first keynote presenter. Up first, we have Alana Hashman. Alana Hashman is an open source hacker and advocate for digital autonomy, contributing to the Kubernetes, Debian, Python, and Clojure communities. She seeks to advance both the ideals and implementation of software that benefits all. Alana serves as a member of the Debian technical community, Kubernetes SIG chair and approver, Python Software Foundation Fellow, and former director of the Open Source Initiative. She currently works for Red Hat as a principal software engineer on the OpenShift container platform node team, working upstream in Kubernetes SIG node. So take it away, Alana.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the warm welcome. Can you see my slides yet? Yeah, there they are. Okay, let's get started. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. I'm so pumped for the conference. Last year was my first SeaGL ever, and I think this is the best online conference I've ever attended. So if this is your first SeaGL, you're in for a treat. Thanks for tuning in this morning for the first talk of the day. So I'm Alana Hashman, often known as E. Hashman, and today I'm going to talk about a subject near and dear to my heart: how to get stuff done in open source. After they invited me to speak, I was talking to the program committee, and they said, Alana, wow, you're a leader in so many FOSS projects. How do you do that? And initially I thought, well, I don't think I'm doing anything that special. No big deal. It's very simple, you see. You just use a bunch of open source software, and then 15 years pass, and one day you wake up and you find yourself appointed to the Debian technical committee. Nightmare. So okay, it's not quite that simple. Like, what's happening here? Question marks are doing a lot of work. The reality is that I used free software for over a decade before I ever made my first contribution. But once I got unstuck, that momentum has carried me pretty far. I don't want you to just try copying the things I've done, because that might not work for you. So I'm not actually going to talk about this very much. But as a user and developer of open source software for nearly 2 decades, I don't want you to stay stuck for 15 years. I want to help you take your first steps, whether it's a first ever project or a new one that you want to get spun up on, and approach it with the skills to be effective. So let me share some things that I've learned that might help. I have 3 lessons I want to share today. Let me emphasize that the hardest step is your first one. So we have to start there. I'll talk a little bit about why this is and how to encourage yourself to get unstuck. Then I want to talk about how to navigate non-hierarchical, informally organized projects and groups of people, and address a common misconception that just because something is easily observable doesn't mean it's useful. And last, I'll touch on something that seems so simple it's frequently overlooked when giving advice about open source, but it is by far the most important in my opinion. Do the effing work. So, the hardest step, it's your first one. This is where I want to start, because you can't possibly get stuff done in open source if you're not doing things in open source. I feel like the difficulties of getting started are often trivialized, and if we're going to meaningfully address those barriers, we have to acknowledge and understand why people encounter them. I think the biggest barrier to participating in open source is having no idea what that'll look like, not knowing what you don't know. This is where I spent over a decade stuck. I loved using open source software, but I literally had no idea how to contribute. Now, when I say that, a frequent response I've gotten is, okay, well, the bug tracker's here, the code base is there, like pick up an issue, what's your problem? And perhaps you don't know what a bug tracker or a code repository is. And that's great, because you're gonna learn all about those things at today's conference. But in my case, I'd already been using those things and working in technology for a number of years. I knew all of that. That wasn't helpful advice. I found myself stuck on things like, what project would I even want to contribute to? In what ways will I be useful to that project? Should I make bug reports, write documentation, code? Can I even write code for a project that big? Oh, I don't know. I'm not that smart. Where could I possibly start? And so on. And I also had some ideas in my head about how open source worked that I kept getting stuck on. In particular, I believed you had to have been writing software since you were a child. Felt like all of my peers in university had, and I only started writing software in my first year, so clearly I did not belong. You had to have years of experience doing it in order to be effective, and I had no experience. You had to have an incredibly thick skin because, they told me, open source was very combative, and that was how the best ideas thrived. By telling people their stuff sucked, that would make it better. I didn't want to get screamed at for public mistakes with my zero experience, so I was a little uncertain about that. But these are myths. It's true that many people believe these things, and much of the public dialogue has claimed these things for many years. They were wrong then, and they're wrong now. Coming up to speed on existing code is a completely different skill than writing software from scratch, the way that kids and young adults tend to do. Hence, my peers in university, who I thought were way better at this than me, didn't actually have any meaningful advantage. In particular, writing software on one's own meant that they weren't getting any feedback. And so by working in open source, I was able to quickly improve my skills and catch up faster than I could have imagined. And that is how I learned I was definitely smart enough. Practice and experience are always helpful, but it matters what you practice. Being effective in open source is much more about the philosophy and approach to work than any specific skills. When I started working on my first project as a Google Summer of Code student, it became pretty clear to me that the ways in which I worked, valuing transparency, writing down the steps of my work for continuity, and being clear on what I didn't know and asking for help, that put me at a big advantage over the students who tried to treat open source work like schoolwork or their personal projects. And finally, I will admit, a lot of jerks do exist in open source. But in my experience, the contributors in healthy projects are much more interested in collaboration and mutual understanding than arguing on mailing lists and establishing hierarchy. In fact, most people I worked with explicitly reject hierarchies of types of contributions or contributors and the other negative behavior that comes out of contempt culture. You don't have to work with these jerks. I was really lucky in that I only encountered these sorts of behaviors in the second project I tried to contribute to. So I was able to maintain a mindset of, these people suck. I'm going to go elsewhere and work with people that will appreciate me. That was my first experience. I might have come away thinking, man, I suck and open source sucks. So here's my advice for you. If you want to work in open source, but you have no idea how to get there, try to find people who are excited about helping you. Make it easier for those people to guide you along your path. How do you meet them? Make friends and user groups for projects you might be interested in contributing to. Go to conferences like this one and talk to people. You'll have a much easier time when you acknowledge the limitations of your experience and defer to people who have that. You'll bring your own unique skills to the table in these relationships, whether or not you're able to recognize them yet. And as you grow, your relationships will evolve, and you'll get the chance to give back too. I also want to emphasize the importance of finding people that share your values. You don't have to settle for the first person who's willing to give you the time of day. Be selective about what you want to work on and who you want to work with. You should build relationships that make you feel good and like an equal. As an apprentice, your job is not to serve as someone's punching bag. People have told me that having standards like that is unrealistic, but I have not found that to be true. In reality, having standards is how we've been able to improve the status quo and make open source a better place. So don't be frightened into selling yourself short. Okay, so how do you find people to work with? You might be tempted to reach out to the first person you find when you search for the project. But I'll recommend against that approach. You can definitely try it, but you're likely to run into the realities of, unfortunately, Linus Torvalds is very busy and not available to personally mentor you because you're interested in contributing to the Linux kernel. It's a common myth that when a person is highly visible, they know everything or can do anything in a given project. You can't equate an entire project, especially one as large as Linux, with a single individual. Linus isn't the only one managing patches. He also works with Greg KH and thousands of other contributors. In a project like Kubernetes, which was founded with a decentralized structure to share power and responsibility amongst many people, this approach would be especially ineffective. Most of the original Kubernetes team haven't worked directly on upstream in years. Many of the most visible people in the community don't work on the core code base. So you can try this, but you'll run into a couple of problems. First, if you thought of that person, so did everyone else. They're probably underwater and are less likely to have time to help you. And they may even get kind of grumpy about that because dozens of people they've never met are reaching out to them, demanding that they help them with stuff, and they can't, and they probably feel really bad about that. It's alienating to be on the other side of a parasocial relationship, when another person thinks they know you, but actually they know nothing about you, and they're acting like your best friends and you owe them something. So if you're gonna ask for help, make sure that you recognize the humanity of the person you're asking and respect their boundaries. Second, if the project is larger than a single contributor, there's a pretty substantial chance that they aren't even the right person to talk to. Say, for example, that I want to get something fixed in ext4, one of the Linux file systems. Is Linus the right person to talk to? No, I should find the ext4 maintainer. But how do I know who they are? When you want to figure out who to talk to, it's not enough to just look at the list of project approvers or the appointed officers. Not everyone who's a leader in the project is going to have a formal appointment, and not everyone in a formal position in the project is going to bring the same level of engagement over time. There are always going to be gaps between the formal organization structure, which is written down somewhere, and the informal organization structure, which is how the project actually runs. If you want to uncover it, figure out where the project is getting work done, and then start to observe who's doing that work. Some questions I might ask myself when I'm coming up to speed on a project are, who's running the meetings? Who's taking notes and putting items on the agenda? Who's posting announcements to the mailing list? Who's actively reviewing code? Does that match the documented list of reviewers? Who's merging the patches? What's that process like? How overwhelmed do those people seem? Who's triaging issues? What's the mean time to response and resolution? Are easy issues quickly dealt with? Do triaged issues get addressed in a timely manner, or do they kind of just sit for a while? Do the same people triage and fix the issues, or are those separate groups? This will help you build a mental map of who is getting what stuff done, and hence who the right person is to go with your particular question or request. The better your mental map, the more effective you'll be, because talking to the right people about a problem is just as important as finding the solution. If you have a solution, but the people who can implement it don't know about it, it won't get fixed. Open source is a collective activity, which means that a lot of the work isn't limited to writing a patch or translating a user interface. It's also about communicating whether the constraints you've identified are the ones all the people you're working with agree with, or ensuring that the people who are affected by a change know about that and get a chance to provide feedback before you actually ship it. Open source communities aren't a given in response to taking some code, slapping a license on it, and publicly declaring pull requests welcome. Those things might be necessary, but they're not sufficient. The foundation of open source is your relationships with other contributors and the trust you've built with them. There's no shortcut for earning that trust. But how do you do that? There's no shortcut or secret incantation. If you want to do it, here's what I'd suggest. First and foremost, you gotta show up. Even when no one's watching and you're not gonna get a cookie for it. You may not get rewarded for this in the short term, but this is how you build your reputation in a project over time. Ask people what they need help with. The project maintainers are the people who know what the project needs most. And if you successfully fix something that's been bothering them for a long time that they haven't had the resources to address, you're going to earn a lot of brownie points for that. When you say you're going to do a thing, follow through reliably. It's really frustrating as a maintainer to invest a lot in a new contributor who does a couple of things, assigns themselves to a bunch more, and then disappears. This is sometimes referred to as cookie licking. If you lick the cookie, you have to finish eating it. Nobody else wants to touch your licked cookie. This will enable you to build context bit by bit. If you try to take in a giant code base all at once, you're going to drown in it. So treat it like a black box. Start with a specific issue to guide you, and then use that to start filling in the edges of your mental map and guiding you towards the things that you need to learn. If you keep doing that, slowly but surely, you'll build up years of experience and familiarity and knowledge of the history of that project, and that will help guide your future decisions. So in summary, how do you get stuff done in open source? By doing the effing work. So I'd like to think this is a pretty decent how-to guide, but I feel like there's a thing that I've missed. There's this little voice that eats at me, and with everything going on in the world, faced with the nihilism of the past 2 very hard years, why bother? Does any of this even matter? These days, I think my biggest obstacle to getting stuff done in open source is motivation. The vast majority of my work in open source and free software has been on infrastructure, low-level, complex, difficult foundations that the rest of the open source ecosystem can build on. Roads, if you will. But sometimes I look at the things that are being built with my work, and I don't want to build roads if they're paved in ashes and serve as a highway for tanks. Like, am I being naive? It's hard to measure if I'm having the right kind of impact, because anyone can use my work, and I don't really have a way of knowing about that. It's hard to evaluate if I'm actually living out my values. How do I know if I'm doing the right thing? I'm extremely privileged in that nearly every single contribution I've made to open source software from my very start in GSOC was paid. And the amount of open source software I've been able to work on has grown and grown throughout my career to the point that I now work full-time as a maintainer of the Kubernetes kubelet. Making a living doing this means I'm able to share the full source code, design docs, rationale, roadmaps, nearly every single thing that I work on with every person on the planet, so long as they have an internet connection. And that wasn't something I imagined possible when I first started my career. That actually makes me worry a bit less. With openness, understanding, collaboration, and humility, I can trust that by taking on the vulnerability of working in the open, people will hold me accountable when I make mistakes. For that to work, we all need to be able to come together as peers, address our missteps collectively, and move forward together. Nihilism is tempting, but there's always something that we can do. The thing that attracted me to open source software in the first place was the opportunity to be able to build technology that reflected my values in both the final product and the process itself. And so I try to remind myself of what originally drew me here, when open source was still full of magic and unexplored opportunity. What I think is the promise of open source? To empower people through technology, to nurture user consent and choice, to have the ability to know what software is actually installed on my devices and running and what it's doing and change it if I want to support digital autonomy and ensure that software protects and lifts up those impacted by it, serving people rather than exploiting them. To share labor amongst developers, growing projects beyond the scope of individuals, and to give that labor freely to the world so anyone can use it, regardless of their means or origins. To hold myself accountable by working transparently and keep myself open to feedback and growth. To rethink the artificial limitations imposed by the idea of intellectual property and other contrived restrictions, and instead seek the free sharing of information and expression of individual and collective creativity. And at its core, to liberate people from repetitive toil, to provide us with the gift of time through automation and computing, and thus give people the ability to pursue their true interests beyond their basic needs. There's no such thing as a free software community of size 1. I believe that everything worth doing is done with other people, and open source lets me live this every single day of my career. I can't predict what our future will look like in 10 years, but I will say this. The best way we can meet the challenges of the next decade is together, and that is what keeps me going. Hackers of the world, unite. Have an awesome conference, everyone, and I hope to see you online. That's it. That's my talk.
Awesome. Thank you so very much. So generally at this point in time, we talk about Q&A. So Rachel, are we going to do a Q&A or are we just going to go ahead and do the next?
There is no Q&A for keynotes. So we will be moving on to our next keynote, Marie Norden. Ilana, thank you so much. That was so wonderful. Nurture user choice and consent. That is such a wonderful lesson. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rachel. Cheers. See you all at the conference.
Next up, we have Marie Norden. Marie Norden is the Fedora project's community action and impact coordinator, as well as an outreachy alumni. Marie is a longtime contributor to the Fedora design team and a fine artist as well. Marie, thank you so much for being here, and to you.
Hi, Rachel. Thank you for that introduction. And hi, everyone else. Thank you for joining today. My name is Marie Norden. Before I get started, I want to give a big thank you to the coordinators of SeaGL for inviting me to speak here today. As a fellow event organizer, I wish you all a smooth conference and a long vacation afterwards. It's an honor to speak to everyone here today, and I hope that my presentation provides some food for thought and discussion over the course of the conference. I am here today to talk about how I help Fedora rise, the importance of recognition, incentive, support, and empowerment in community health, and how we provide that in Fedora. I am the Fedora project's Community Action and Impact Coordinator, or FCAKE, pronounced like cake. And yes, that means that this is a party. I work in Red Hat's open source program office. So FCAKE is a long Community Forge title for Community Architect Manager Support Person. So first of all, I have to say I'm blessed to be working with the Fedora project full time. It's pretty much a dream come true for me. I just want to share a couple things about myself because I think it's given me a unique perspective. So I have a non-traditional background for the tech industry. I went to a technical institute, Rochester Institute of Technology, but I went for photography and graphic design with concentrations in music and fine art. So maybe you're asking, how did I make it here into the tech industry? So I was connected with a program called FOSS at RIT. And that's how I learned about open source and Fedora. So through that program, FOSS at RIT, I learned about outreachy, and I was lucky enough to get an internship working on graphic design for Fedora badges. I had an amazing mentor, Maren Duffy, or Ms. Mo, and I stuck around Fedora after my internship and helped maintain the badges project. So you can see a couple of the badges I've designed here, and as some of the Fedora wallpapers I've worked on, and also I designed the outreachy logo. So meanwhile, after college, I was doing freelance graphic design, murals, retail work, living that starving artist life. And I was just honestly too inexperienced and young to make freelance into like a full business. So I moved into the office world, doing special projects, and immediately got pulled into purchasing at a local paper and chemical distribution company. So if you're wondering, like, is this like the TV show The Office? Yes, it was exactly like The Office. So after doing that for a couple years, I had a feeling in my heart that I want to work for Fedora, not even knowing really what that meant. So I started to apply, and eventually something came up that was a great fit for my skills and experience. So that's when I stepped into the FCAIC role full-time in November of 2019. Really quickly, I'm going to show off my art. I'm a fine artist. My happiest place is making art. I'm constantly learning new crafts or just drawing the same thing over and over and over again. So what does the Fedora Community Action and Impact Coordinator do? Community management work. So just about everything. I work on everything from event management to community initiatives to codes of conduct. I do everything community related when it comes to Fedora. So the last 2 years as a community manager, they've been a lot. Okay, let's get into it. What are we talking about today? So I'm here to talk about RISE, or Recognition, Incentive, Support, and Empowerment, and how I apply that to my work with Fedora. So I actually came up with the concept of RISE just as I stepped into the FCAIC role, and it came from the observations I had made as a contributor to the community for 6 years. To be frank, some of it was inspired by the things I thought Fedora could improve, but only because I was able to see what we were doing well and where the gaps were. Fedora isn't a perfect model of RISE because of its massive size, its extended history. There will just always be more that we can do. So that being said, I hope this presentation sparks thoughts and conversations about what different people and communities do to help provide a recognition, incentive, support, and empowerment. I'd be happy to discuss how Fedora can do it better as well. I also stuck a few points in here focused on like a community manager perspective. All the concepts of RISE are very much interconnected, and the practical ideas generated can sometimes and often do fall into multiple categories. So I have a ton of ideas in the slides. I won't have time to go into every single one, but as I mentioned, I'd be happy to talk more about this, and you can find me on LinkedIn or in Fedora chat spaces. This information applies and can be helpful to anyone working, volunteering, organizing in communities. For example, any contributor can provide recognition or support to another contributor. So maybe this talk will highlight a place where your community is lacking, and now you see a way that you could help improve that. So let's talk about recognition. What are some ways to recognize folks in the community? So this concept has been rolling around in my mind for some time, but I did some actual research for this talk just to make sure I did know what I was talking about. And as I gathered a list of ways to recognize contributors, I made an observation that most or all of these are associated with fun. The rest are kind of like common sense, like give folks credit where it's due, whether it's in a blog post, Twitter, Git repos, whatever it might be, and things like using metrics to gain a better understanding of who's contributing where and how. But to get into some Fedora specific things, badges are huge for Fedora and for me in particular. As I mentioned, I help maintain badges and have designed like over 150 of them at this point. So Fedora Badges is a gamification system for contributing to Fedora, where you earn badges associated with different actions in the Fedora ecosystem. People in Fedora get excited about badges, and I think there's a lot of reasons for that. In part because Fedora is such a friendly place and badges are very friendly, but also because we're competitive, because participation and winning badges creates a sense of pride in oneself and also in Fedora. But most importantly, in my opinion, because the artwork has reinforced and built upon Fedora's identity, right? The artwork is friendly, cute, and the clever designs get people excited about their thing, whatever that might be. So when you're strengthening folks' identity with your community, they feel a sense of belonging and well-being. Badge systems should match the identity of your community to help build that connection with contributors. And you will note here that we have immortalized Stroopwafel as our 400 cookie badge, because troop waffles are a Fedora thing that we've had at many in-person conferences. So we tied this art back to our shared identity. I'm guessing that plenty of communities utilize karma, but I'll be sure to mention that here. Giving someone a ++ in a channel gives them karma points, and in Fedora, that translates to cookies. This is an amazing peer-to-peer recognition system. And of course, we have cookie badges, shown previously. And we reset our badge counters every release, which is every 6 months, so that folks can give the same users cookie after cookie, basically. We've had other recognition initiatives, including Fedora Appreciation Week, where we promoted happiness packets, a virtual way to send thank you notes, and contributor stories, which elevated, stories from contributors about their various Fedora experiences. We also adapted contributor stories to our recent Week of Diversity as well. So a few notes specific to community management work. In my role, I often send thank you notes to contributors. I find that it helps build trust and empathy with the folks I work with. I try to send gifts to speakers and volunteers if it's feasible. It's important to note that different folks appreciate different kinds of recognition. It could be a matter of personal preference or ingrained cultural norms that might differ from your own. So you have to be okay with someone declining your appreciation, your compliment, your gift. It just means that it might not have been the best fit for them in whatever way. So having conscious forms of recognition in your community processes and norms can help reduce friction around the cultural differences and make sure everyone's feeling appreciated. So beyond that, getting to know people is the best way to understand how they want to be appreciated. One of the things a community manager does is understands the needs of the community. So speaking with folks one-on-one about this stuff is really good to do. Next, let's talk about incentive. What are your incentives to contribute? So incentives for participation really vary from person to person. I think in this category, Fedora's long-standing history is a major benefit. The Friends Foundation of Fedora really shines and carries a major amount of weight when it comes to incentive. I can speak to this from personal experience. This is absolutely one of my top 3 reasons for staying involved in Fedora way back in 2014. The people I met at my first Fedora conference are still some of my best friends or people I work with all the time. So by building the Friends Foundation into our culture, we have created a self-sustaining incentive. This touches on the identity component that runs through RISE. I observe that folks feel a stronger incentive when they feel a true sense of belonging in Fedora. So what other incentives are there? People get to do something different than their everyday work. They get to learn new things. One of the reasons I enjoyed joining the Fedora community was that I felt challenged intellectually and inspired to learn. It broadened my perspective and showed me that my life was just one way of living, and that there's an entire world of different cultures and ways to live out there. I can't say this for everyone, but being a part of Fedora has pushed me to grow my empathy and compassion for others as well. As an incentive, I don't think we can underestimate the power of swag. We're finishing up an amazing project for our yearly contributor conference, the virtual edition, Nest with Fedora. So we're able to pull together an amazing swag pack with 20+ items using our event resources and donations from our sponsors. And those items were both, classics like, stickers and things, but we also threw unique things in there. I worked with an intern to create a special design for the box centered around Fedora's 4 foundations: Friends, Freedom, First, Features. Oh, I said that in the wrong order. Anyway, the design went on a bandana-sized cloth. So we sent out 650 of these packages, and we've gotten so much positive feedback. Once again, this ties back to people's identity and sense of belonging. It gives them something unique and different to hold on to that makes them feel like they're part of Fedora. All right, on to support. How does your community support contributors? This one leans heavily on leadership in some ways, but if you can do that effectively, support can be built into your governance and processes. If your community is diverse and global like Fedora, it's important to acknowledge that support looks different for everyone. The best way to work with this is to set your own community norms around support in the hopes of fostering a genuine, authentic feeling of being supported. In all the projects and teams I lead, I'm sure to focus on people, and I do that in a number of ways. The number one way I do that is by helping teams set goals that match their available time and resources. I'm sure to check in with people's current mind state as well. Can be a great way to build trust and provide support. This is another place where it's important to keep different cultures and preferences in mind. Everyone opens up at a different pace based on what has shaped them as people. Now, we're not forcing people to share. We're not oversharing ourselves. But in order to lead with empathy, I've found that being vulnerable about my own self creates a genuine environment of support. So others are more comfortable speaking after I speak, or will send me direct messages. Direct messaging with folks can be a really, really useful thing to do because a lot of people are more likely to open up in that environment. So I want to touch on the flywheel theory point, which I have absolutely borrowed from my awesome coworker and SeaGL organizer, Ben Cotton. A flywheel is part of a machine that provides steady output and allows operations to continue with less or more power. So having a flywheel person on your community's teams will be beneficial long term. This is a person on a team who is committed to showing up, running meetings, and occasionally taking on tasks to cover any substantial gaps. In theory, this is a great way to delegate, though I have to say I'm a flywheel in plenty of Fedora spaces, but also to ensure long-term support during times when contributions might lapse. So a note for community managers here is, wow, all of this takes a lot of energy when you're working on this full time. I heard of this burnout thing, but didn't really know it until I was deep in it. And folks, I don't recommend, though I think we might all be feeling some collective burnout. I love providing support to others. It's definitely one of my natural strengths, but it can come at a cost. So just want to remind everyone to prioritize your own well-being, really in any job, but definitely in a job where you're giving so much of this type of energy. So you want to define boundaries, working hours, or how many hours a day you'll work. Make sure you talk to your coworkers, your managers about things and situations that aren't comfortable. Make sure to make changes. They are comfortable. Community management is emotionally satisfying, but also draining, and all those emotions need to be processed. So definitely take time to do that. And just in case it needs to be said, no work on your phone before or after hours. And last but not least, I just want to point out that the Open Source Way has a great chapter on mental health for community managers. So I would definitely check that out. All right. Last but not least, let's talk about empowerment. Do you feel empowered to get things done in your community? And where does that feeling come from? So I think we can hit on an important point right away, which is developing and enforcing a code of conduct. There are great places to start if you don't have a code in place already, like the contributor covenant. And having a process to enforce the code is crucial. You really can't have one without the other. So at this point, some folks won't participate in communities without codes of conduct. Maybe because they are part of a historically underrepresented group, or simply because they don't feel safe or on principle. Those folks don't feel empowered to exist and contribute in environments without protections in place. And there will always be opposition to codes of conduct with the usual set of arguments, which we can discuss not during this presentation because it would take too much time. But I will briefly say, if someone wants to argue with a set of community norms that say, be nice to each other, you probably don't want them in your community anyways. So I cannot say enough about the importance of mentorship in the empowerment category. It's another one of those top 3 reasons I stayed in Fedora. As I mentioned earlier, I had an awesome mentor, Maren Duffy, who I have the pleasure of working with and still learning from today. Mo really empowered me to take charge of the badges sub-project. I remember asking her about some change I wanted to implement. And she was just like, yes, this is your thing to coordinate and you should make that happen. And my mind was just blown. I felt all kinds of good from that interaction. And from someone outside of the tech industry trying to make it as a freelancer, I really felt a sense of professional accomplishment and belonging. So empowering through mentorship can provide the push for someone to go from interested to invested. Mentoring is also a great way for experienced community members to contribute. It can take a little or a lot of effort depending on what you want to put in. So a note about community manager work here, and I'm going to borrow this time from my coworker, Dorka Valakla. No work is beneath me. I find one of the most empowering things to do working alongside contributors is to take on some of the most dreaded tasks, unless someone really wants to do it. This demonstrates that you're all on the same team, not that you're simply expecting free labor from people. Another thing that I do to help empower folks is provide project management, which I mentioned on the support slide as well. By helping us set goals, keeping a timeline, coordinating resources, your contributors are free to work on things that they want to work on. In Fedora, we are trying to outsource this with a Fedora program management team so that all of this doesn't fall on a couple people. So let's do a quick wrap-up moment. So we can review the key takeaways from the presentation. So because of our global communities and varied cultures, you want to make sure to set or establish your own community norms around RISE. To help create a sense of belonging and well-being, you want to focus on reinforcing identity, specifically around recognition and incentives. To support folks successfully, you want to prioritize people and work to create a psychologically safe space. What's great about RISE is that all the concepts are interconnected, meaning you can do one practical thing that can fulfill a lot of these needs. And last but not least, community managers and caretakers, make sure to take care of yourselves too. So thank you so much for your time today, and feel free to find me on LinkedIn or any Fedora spaces to chat more about RISE.
Thank you very much, Marie, for that great keynote. We'd also like to thank Alana Hashman again for giving our first keynote of the morning. We'd like to extend a thank you as well to our platinum sponsors, Amazon Web Services and JNP. With that, that concludes our morning keynotes for today. We'll have a reminder, we have another morning keynote tomorrow and a closing keynote at the end of Saturday's program. With that, we're ready to begin the rest of today's programming. I recommend that you all check out the SeaGL website, which has an up-to-date schedule, and start planning out which of the awesome talks you plan to attend. And don't forget to also plan to attend our various social events scattered throughout the conference as an opportunity to interact and mingle with your fellow attendees, speakers, staff, and volunteers. So I hope you all enjoy the rest of your SeaGL 2021. Thank you.
out. Please put any questions into the matrix chat. There's a matrix chat for this session specifically. So I'll be looking at that. I don't know that our speakers will. And we may or may not have time for questions. So that is also a good place to follow up after the session. And with that, I want to introduce Aaron, Salt, and Ethan here to talk about floss daily, but flow all the time. Take it away.
Hey everyone. So a lot of people might know floss means free, Libra, and open source software. But in reality, is floss about software? What we're shooting for is people, right? Software is a tool that can be used by people. Software doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? So the free software movement has done a great number of innovations, and those values can apply to a lot of different things beyond software. So that's what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah, well, we figured that we'd start off with a little bit of background on these terms and what we're talking about. So, free, libre, open, like, what are these words? Where'd they come from? Basically, free software movement as a thing originated in the 80s and was started by Richard Stallman. FSF became a thing, and it grew into this way to claim back what was being lost at the time. Prior, there were mainframes, and the product that was being given to academics and other people, this was the hardware. But then software became a thing. That separation is when intellectual property of developers started becoming a thing. So free software as a term was the idea of that, like capital F, free. Open source became a thing in the 90s. There's the OSI was founded, and the group that was pushing this idea of the open model, not necessarily the intellectual property ethical background of freedom. That term taken off widely. We see a lot of open source discussion, but it pushed back, and there was this divide between organizations. Now, part of the problem is with English, the word free has a lot of different meanings. And the type of free that was being discussed initially is what you might think of in another language as libre, or Libra. And that term then started to get use. Put them all together, you have floss. The free, which is the ethical term, and that's the more copy left you might have heard, has negative connotations like viral, or positive way of framing, protective. We're now in this moment where a lot of people used to own their software, used to own the things that lived on their personal computer, but that's being shifted to the cloud, and we have this question, what's the product?
So the basic issue is when you have new technology brings up new issues. So it's true that questions of who's free to do creative work or to collaborate or to access things, this is not a new thing in human history. But when you have it at a different scale and people have new tools to use, their relationships to them change. And the question is, who controls the relationships? Do we have this situation in which we have basically a little thin client? You have your phone and your device, but most of the stuff is actually accessed through the internet. You go to Google Maps or something, all the map data is there. They control how you see it and what you use with it and what ads go with it. And so that reality is a very different reality than when we had physical paper maps and our relationship to them and whether we could share with them and whether you could draw on them or who made them. You know, everything does shift a little bit, and each of the technological changes is a place where we have a change in our relationship between each other in terms of the technological stuff being the medium. In our case, once you get into the fact that computers are copying machines of sorts, then that's why copyright comes up. The more that got applied to audio and video and all these other things, then the question is who, copyright and the legal and technical controls. That's basically where floss is why the software movement was the first movement to deal with these issues, because software was the first thing people were copying on computers before they were copying music, before they were copying video. But obviously now software and technology is the medium through which we do almost everything, and it's in the middle of almost all of our global relationships. So it's not an issue that's specific to people who deal with software and code anymore.
That kind of gets to this idea that there are patterns beyond software, right?
Yeah. So if the SS is source and software, as in free, Libre, open source software, the label for software kind of focuses on, oh, this is about the question of people who deal with software, which is really a much more narrow scope than what we're actually facing today. Ethan, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so obviously, if software is, the scope of software is smaller than the principles at large behind it that drive society. So that's why we're kind of advocating to consider the principles behind flow, free, Libre, and open, because it's more inclusive and we can think about extrapolating these principles beyond. So how far does that scope extend? That's kind of debatable, but there are some things that it applies really, really clear to, such as like public goods. Do you want to describe that, Salt?
Yeah, sure. So public goods is an economics definition that is often thought of in a 2x2, which I think Aaron has pulled up here. The idea is we have on the two axes the idea of exclusiveness and the idea of, let's see here,
rivalrousness,
exclusiveness, rivalrousness, right? And so, private goods fall in that bottom corner where you can exclude them from people, and if you're using them, other people can't be using them. Think of like the hat Ethan is wearing. And public goods are on the far side of that. If I'm using it, you can use it, and you can't exclude me from using it. We think of things like clean air as a traditional public good, security,
yeah, right.
Things like that. The two other categories that often get kind of mixed up are the commons, which are goods that are scarce, right? There's the idea of like an overfishing, for instance. And then there's club goods. These are artificially excluded goods, but there's no scarcity. That's what proprietary software often might fall under. There's a lot of other examples of these, but one of the discussions we've been having is like how free, how scarce is it? That's not just a yes, no. And that's also how excludable is it, right? How abundant, how free. So these are still quadrants, but it's actually a spectrum. It's not just you're this or that.
Yeah. So we might talk about some example that people think of as public goods, like public broadcasting, NPR in the United States. There's a radio station and anybody can listen to it. So in a sense, there's no paywall and you can just access it. So the access is public. But when we really look at it, we might say, oh, but the publishing rights, who is able to share it and distribute it, that's a club good in the sense that that's exclusive. They have specific licenses of who's allowed to be a publisher and, of course, who's allowed to put ads alongside the thing. So in a sense, paywalls and advertisements and the rights to being creative, to remix and redistribute, all those things, those rights are features. We might think that in any particular project, there are features that are more public or more flow and features that aren't. It's not necessarily all one or the other.
Yeah.
And software is obviously, a very prolific component, but another one that, is of course in technology, there's software and then there's hardware. And there is a term for open hardware that has been defined, but it's a bit of a mouthful to refer to both FLOSS and open hardware. And we're kind of advocating that flow can include both of those things because, hardware and software, they go together like most of the time, right? So other things to think about is like, tractors, right to repair cars. Most people know about the John Deere tractor situation. You can also consider how, over the course of time, like it's been harder and harder to even look at the insides of the components that we have, so that we can call that black boxing. Cars used to be much simpler in a lot of ways. They were easier to fix. And even people have gone to the lengths, Apple with proprietary screwdrivers. They don't even want you to take apart the device that you own, right? And that has a big impact on, our world too, especially thinking about recycling, being able to reuse different parts or repair those parts, because essentially it becomes a landfill of an entire, device sometimes if you can't repair it. And think about all the shortages in technology that we're seeing right now with chips and whatnot. And then here's another good example is medical technology.
Sure. Yeah, I had a thought here that I wanted to kind of jump in with. It leads back to this idea of it all being a spectrum, that we might think of the internet as a free, like public good, like we're all on it, we're all able to communicate. But governments own those wires, and they can snip them, they can take them away. And so that idea that that is this free resource is maybe not as true in the future.
So I agree with that, but there's this distinction in the economics where people say, is it excludable, is the traditional way of looking at it. Oh, yes, you have the capacity to lock something down. And we might actually want to be wary of that, because there's tons of situations where something starts off free, but somebody has the exclusive capacity to choose to lock it down later. And then that thing that everybody got roped into, this is how a lot of onboarding to, whatever, everybody uses Facebook, and then they think it's one type of a product until they change the product, and you don't get to change it. And, it's a question of who's in control. But it's, in practice, the economics amount to whether or not there is actually a rivalry and whether or not there is actual exclusion. So even though that can change over time, and we want to keep that in mind, economically, we have a way to, like, our whole society today is built on methods that work well for rivalry. We kind of know economically how to have, there's different supply and demand curves. Like, people know that stuff. We have built a society and an economy around that. We also know how to deal with putting exclusive things on, paywalls and putting ads, which really are an amount to an exclusion in the sense of who is allowed to put the ads on. And maybe you're not paying with money, but you're paying with, you agree to watch these ads or listen to these ads in order to, get the access. So those models have proven to be successful. But what we need, sorry, just to say this, the point is we have to have an economic model that supports things without the exclusions and the rivalrousness, if we are to have a flow world. So all of us are involved in a project called snowdrift.coop, which focuses on aiming to build a model, which we call crowd matching, where I could just say, look, I want to be part of everybody working together. I'll put in $1 for every 1,000 people who donate with me to this public good. We're not here to talk about that, but the tension is we have to solve the economic dilemma of how to support projects without relying on rivalry and exclusions. And that would get us to a flow world. But what does that actually look like? What is the vision for the flow world is what we're here to talk about today.
So we're going to be bold and try to claim what flow, get a good example or what definition of flow. And let's call it the application of all the ethical, philosophical values and collaborative methods of software freedom and the open source development to all forms of human creativity and innovation. Because flow really is, it's kind of like the ultimate form of social coordination or cooperation. And cooperation is a core feature of humanity. Arguably, it is the distinct and defining feature that makes us different as people versus other animals. And the methods and scale with which we cooperate has changed, and it's changing drastically right now because of technology and the way that the status of the world. And as Aaron was getting at, technology is meeting so much of our world. IoT, think about coffee makers and fridges that need the internet to run, and the dissemination of even information in elections, which is really important, being mediated by social news outlets. Yeah, it's all.
Yeah, can I just want to add one of these other things, that the way the world's changing when we consider technology and these things, the idea of DRM and the ownership of goods, that you no longer own those books. They can be taken off your Kindle. You don't own that music. It can be taken off of your iPod. But at the same time, there's this whole explosion of what we might call like the NFTs and things, where you just have a number. How do you own a number, right? But people are having this drastic moment where things no longer are the way they have seemed in the past.
Yeah, so like an NFT is almost this really grotesque symptom of the fact that we have a system, a social reality that doesn't know how to do anything other than deal with scarcity. If we have stuff that is abundant, we just have no way of even talking about it. One of the most important reasons that we're here talking about what flow is because if people can get a story in their head, we have this idea that we basically have stories that, money is a story. It's not like a thing that exists if people die. There still be our buildings if all humanity disappears. There's really a house. There's really a wall. There's really a bunch of electronics waste in the river or whatever it is. But there's not. Money is gone because government is gone. Those are just ideas and stories. So when that's the story we have, we don't have a story for what do we do with something that's abundant. We don't have a story for how that works. And flow is a concept, a story that we want to embed in our heads that we can share, that we have a way of seeing the world and saying, oh, things can be flow, things can be abundant and open to everyone, public goods. And then you can start going throughout the world and realizing, oh, yeah, everybody does have access to this, and my use of it doesn't take away from anyone else. Oh, but there's somebody who has this exclusive right to be the publisher of this, or to, they have the source code so they can change it. This journalist wrote all this stuff. This scientist did all of this interesting science, but I don't have the data, so I can't actually go and build on that or reproduce their study. I can only sort of read what they did. So it's like you can see the features that are more flow or less flow. And when you have that story in your head, you can go throughout the world and have the intuition to kind of make sense of this. And that's what can lead us to a different way of relating to each other.
So we'll try to rush through the end because we do want to have a Q&A and talk with, everyone who's here, other people's opinions. But what kind of stories do we want to tell? I mean, us three would definitely advocate we want to tell a flow story. What kind of society do we want to live in? What kind of agreements do we want to have? A healthy society has active, empowered citizens that have a voice and agency in the development of the tools that they use. We want people that will be using technology, not being used by technology. And given the unprecedented scale of the global issues that we're facing, climate change and whatnot, we need innovation. We cannot afford to stifle it with black boxes and copyrights. So it's going to require creative participation from the bottom up in all areas of innovation, in software and outside of software.
Yeah, and I mean, why are we here? Why us? Why do we present this? This is a conversation that we've been deeply engaged with. We've been thinking about it. We've been discussing it. Conferences like this, in our meetings with Snowdrift and other things. And we really think that we're still at the very early stages. But it's time to get beyond those early stages. It's time to share those ideas. We don't own this concept. We don't want to claim that at all. It's flow. That's part of the idea. Modify it, distribute, share. But this is a pivotal moment. We need to stop arguing about the past, the present, that distinction between organizations. Right now, this is getting engaged time after time after time, place after place after place. And that door, that gateway, the difference, it was viewed through software, through technology. But the door's closing. It is. The
Yeah,
idea
black
of walled
boxes are
gardens that
getting
tear
even
everything,
harder
right?
to open.
Say again?
Yeah, when you have like when you have software that's algorithmically, AI stuff, and no human being can even understand what it's doing, it's not something we can engage with in the same creative way. It just becomes this. It's totally beyond our understanding, and then we don't have the capacity to have agency with it.
Yeah, and I mean this doesn't mean to stop engaging with technology, to stop having it grow, but we do need to actively choose. We need to actively choose to flow, because otherwise it's not going to happen. The door will shut. The things will get taken away. You won't know how to fix your bicycle.
Yeah, and it doesn't happen if we each individually just sort of think about this in our own head. It's a conversation. It's a participation. A big feature of all of this is the fact that we're cooperating. It's not something that just will happen because enough people just do it. It's not like there's only this micro level stuff of everybody engaging and somehow it just magically will take us where we need to go. We do need a vision and we need coordination. And so, that doesn't have to be absolutely top down. There's some leader who tells us this is how it goes, but we don't get there if we aren't organized. The way that the world is going right now, which we have concerns about, is because of a bunch of people who are organized in taking the world in the direction that we're concerned about. And so we have to be organized if we want to get to that flow direction.
And definitely we need to get out, especially people outside, the software movement. These concepts are relatively new because they came up because of software and code and the way it works with copyrights. So on some level, we have a head start, and I think there's an obligation for us to share these principles with the greater communities that exist that it totally applies to.
Yeah.
So
This idea of technology, right? This idea that software is the only place these things work. We really hope that it's clear that isn't the case anymore. That we have to get the source out of flow, and the idea that the copyright law, was one of the initial technologies that allowed this movement to incubate and grow, is like a really cool thing that we should remember as we move forward beyond.
Yeah, you mean like copyleft, like the hack of copyright?
Right, the hack of copyright.
It is true. We need to take steps from where we are.
The idea that there was a technology, the idea that it wasn't just it was a technology that had nothing to do with source code.
Yeah, that was the copyright is just the battleground too.
We don't get where we're going by just suddenly instant revolution. We get there by noticing that it's all fuzzy. We're in this constant spectrum of things being more or less a certain way, but then we have to focus on valuing them. If we don't celebrate the places where we have flow, then we're going to lose it. And if we don't focus on the problems with the parts that aren't flow, then we won't address those. So we need to have that whole picture of it. There's a question we have.
Yeah, so Wilco asked, I read the book Walk Away, and I think that is one great way to get a story going, a new one with new models. What do you think about being a flow author? I've considered it, but I don't know where to put my efforts.
Well, that's a whole conversation we could have that we don't have time for today, but I will say the first focus is on just being conscious of that question. Literally saying, oh, I'm writing something. What is my relationship to the rest of the world, the rest of the people? If my relationship is, I am the author and you are the reader, then that's not a flow relationship. If the relationship is, I am doing creative work, and yes, I need economic support for my work and all of that, which is this big topic, but I'm putting that out there with the idea that other people will translate and will adapt and I'm part of a conversation of us working together, and I might be a leader in that conversation, but that divide is part of what we're getting past, that we're all participating together. It's an attitude in that sense.
Yeah.
There's also, one in theory, if fundraising mechanisms were, and attitudes towards flow were better, it would be nice if you could put it out there as flow and you could get, voluntary reimbursement of it. But that is not something, if you're financially reliant on being an author, that's not something that is easy to do at this point.
Yeah, I think the deeper question becomes, if we obviously know that what is inevitably scarce today is our attention, and the question being, why should somebody pay attention to one person's books or one person's writings versus another's? And that's an open question that's complicated. But what we probably need to do is, I mean, to be blunt, I think if we take away the economic incentives for people to do clickbait and the other stuff that sort of eats up people's attention that is not high quality and is not flow, that's what we're competing with in a sense, because that is an economically viable system. It's got a lot of support for people to do those things, even though they're not the direction we want to go. So we have the dual challenge of creating flow dynamics in our creative output and supporting the people to have a living that way. So it's a question of, maybe the question isn't just go ahead and write this thing and then put it out there in its flow. Maybe it's a question of, flow conversations are already happening. How can I, as an author, participate?
Sorry. Your friendly Time Lord here. It is 10:40. But luckily, we have a Matrix channel specifically just for this talk. So I think that would be a great place. And I think Aaron ended on a really good question that I would like to.
Yeah, let's continue the conversation.
Yeah, whether on Matrix or you can find us all at Snowdrift. But we'll be around.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Before everyone logs off, I do want to thank our sponsor, JMP. So JMP is a suite of computer programs for statistical analysis developed as a business unit of the SAS Institute. You can learn more in their sponsor booth in Matrix, the JMP channel. Up next, we have another session at 10:50. So go get some coffee, some water, and I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. So are we actually still live then? I think so.
We are. I think if I end the broadcast, it'll end it forever. So let
we should
me.
leave.
Forever. But we'll still have the Matrix room.
Oh no, yeah, no, just the broadcast
Oh.
stream, which is
Yeah, don't do that.
the
So we should
technology is going through a number of pipes. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Even in this case, this is very fuzzy. We've got various aspects of successful and less successful flow here. One feature here that since we're live and everybody else is figuring out the tech, I'll just say is that the flow is not just a matter of is it flow or not. It's also a matter of what it actually is. Literally, if the technology is not as usable, or if the quality of the writing or the educational materials or the music is not good, then that doesn't get us where we need to go either. It's a fundamental question of how do we have a high quality flow, world. We don't really want one that's dysfunctional, and we can celebrate all the things that are working well.
Yeah. And there's trade-offs.
Okay.
For
All
sure.
right. I'm gonna end the broadcast. Sorry, y'all. I got the affirmative. All right.
We will see everyone
Good job.
later in the Matrix room and elsewhere.
See y'all.
Thanks, Lucy.
Cheers.
No, I still don't see us. Oh, I'm so sorry. But yeah, I still don't see us in the, yeah. I know, it says they're both green. Oh, there we go. Huzzah. All right. Thanks, Don. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to PostgreSQL in Google Summer of Code by Mark Wong. So this presentation is completely pre-recorded, which means that all of the questions and answers are going to be happening in the Matrix channel. So there is a Matrix channel just for this talk. It's something along the lines of like 1050, PostgreSQL Summer of Code. So yeah, join us there if you have any questions. I do want to remind everyone that we have a code of conduct that you can check out at SeaGL.org before we get started. And what else? Ask questions in the Matrix. Thank you so much for coming. I think without further ado, let's hear about Mark Wong talking about PostgreSQL in Google Summer of Code. All right, thanks everyone.
My name is Mark Wong. Welcome to my presentation about Postgres and Google Summer of Code. I will be talking about a Google-run program for getting students involved with programming and open source projects, and how Postgres was specifically involved. I'll give just a brief introduction to myself, a short introduction to the open source project Postgres, then I'll give some details of what Google Summer of Code program entails. I'll go over the Postgres-specific projects from the past summer. Then I'll wrap it up with how others can get involved. Here are just a few fun facts about myself around my involvement with the Postgres community. I'm currently employed as a database systems performance engineer at EDB, a company providing database management software, services, and support around Postgres. Part of my responsibilities is to stay involved in the Postgres community. I first got involved in Postgres back in 2003. I've been recognized as a contributor shortly after that. I was elected to the board of directors at the United States Postgres Association in 2011, a nonprofit organization advocating Postgres, supporting user groups, running conferences, organizing exhibitions at various non-Postgres conferences around the US. I'm also involved in organizing a local Portland Postgres users group. And over the years, I've been mentoring in the Google Summer of Code program on and off since it started back in 2005. Postgres is an extendable open source relational database management system that started out as a research project at UC Berkeley before being open source. If you're not familiar with database management software or Postgres, it's similar to the likes of Oracle, DB2, SQL Server, Sybase, and MySQL, just to name a handful. Postgres has been actively developed for over the past 30 years. It is currently licensed under the self-named Postgres license, which is a liberal open source license, similar to the BSD and MIT open source licenses. To summarize the program straight from Google, since I don't think I can summarize it any better, Google Summer of Code is a global program focused on bringing more student developers into open source software development. Students work with an open source organization on a 10-week programming project during their break from school. It may be important to note that we are talking specifically about the Northern Hemisphere summer. Programming projects are suggested by the mentoring organizations, but projects can still be proposed by the students applying to the program. I'll just quickly remind everyone that I'll just be going over the Postgres-specific projects, but the Summer of Code website lists all of the organizations that were involved and all the projects that they mentored. So here are some of the details, requirements, and expectations for the students. The student needs to be at least 18 years of age. They also need to be enrolled in a post-secondary academic program, so anything like a undergraduate or graduate level program. The work is going to be 100% remote. Over the 10 weeks, it's expected that the student puts in about 18 hours a week, roughly half-time work. And for their efforts, they will be awarded a $3,000 stipend and it is adjusted if they do live in a country other than the US. For the organizations thinking of getting involved, you do need to have a software project already released under an OSI approved open source license, but you don't need to be a legally incorporated entity. For each project that you mentor, you will be awarded a $400 stipend. Postgres was one of 199 organizations accepted into the program last summer. We had over 20 proposals submitted to us, and we accepted 6 of those proposals. We had 14 mentors involved, and we sign at least 2 per project. All our mentors are volunteers. Some, if not all, take time out of their workday to spend at least an hour a week with the students. We want to make sure to have at least 2 mentors per project just in case something comes up. Someone has too much to do at work, something unexpected happens, just to be in a position where we don't leave a student hanging. I'll go into each of the 6 projects in a little more detail in the upcoming slides, but I'll start by describing the range of them briefly here. We have projects such as terminal tools, internal database extensions, benchmarking test frameworks, website development, database connection poolers, and a database backup utility. Postgres has a performance farm in the works. If you're familiar with a Postgres build farm, instead of testing the code changes over time to make sure it can build on various architectures, the performance farm is running benchmarks such as pgbench to make sure the performance doesn't change dramatically as code is committed. This project is composed of 2 parts. There's a Django web application for reviewing and comparing results, and the test harness written in Python for running the benchmarks. The project last summer just focused on the Django web application. The student improved the searching by commit so that you can search for specific code changes and review the performance impact by that change. The student also added additional visualizations of the results so that you can more easily review the changes between 2 sets of results. Here's an example of what one of the results may look like. This is a chart showing the change in latency and transactions per second for one of the specific Postgres branches, and showing the tests as it's been run over various commits over time. pgsystat is a terminal utility written in C that monitors internal database statistics from Postgres. Before last summer, this application could monitor statistics around databases, tables, and indexes. The student added a few more views to the program. One view monitored the amount of data being loaded into a table using the Postgres-specific copy command. Another view monitored statistics around the query frequency and execution times of all the queries being run against the system. Another view monitored various memory statistics around an internal buffer cache. Postgres can be extended to allow user-defined functions and stored procedures to be written in different languages. Extensions already exist for languages such as Perl, Python, Tcl, JavaScript, and R, just to name a few. PL Julia is a project to extend Postgres to allow code to be written in Julia. The extension still isn't quite complete, but it can certainly do more now than it did at the beginning of the summer. After last summer, this extension can handle most SQL data types, can be used for trigger functions, can now execute anonymous code blocks, and can execute database queries, all written in Julia. The Postgres community maintains their own conference management software. It's a Django web application, and if you ever attended a Postgres community-run event, there's a good chance you've seen it. So the student implemented a new form system in the application over the summer. Also new is that messages can now be composed in Markdown and can now be more easily previewed in the system, rendered for HTML or email messages. I'll take this opportunity to make a quick plug for a Postgres conference coming up in New York City in December. You can see the app in action at pgconf.nyc. I will need some help with my Portuguese for this one. PG Agral is a Postgres connection pooler. It is similar to other open source projects you may have heard of, such as PG Pool or PG Bouncer. The project for the student this past summer was to expand the number of metrics being collected, and then to expose those metrics through Prometheus. While doing so, the internals were improved such that metrics could be added more easily and to be able to collect metrics at a finer grain. Here's an example of what a dashboard may look like, showing some of the metrics recorded. So in this case, we're showing some connection information, the total number of connections, how many connections have been killed, how many connections have been timed out. WALG is a backup utility for Postgres and other databases written in Go. It is the successor to WAL-E, if you've heard of that one. WALG is capable of performing full and incremental backups. The project for the student this past summer was to make a change such that you can review the backups listed by when a backup was actually created, as opposed to the modification time of one of the objects in the backup. The other task was to improve the time to take a full backup by copying unchanged files from the previous backup, as opposed to transferring the same file again from the database server. This is intended to make a remarkable improvement for large databases that are only changing a small portion of the database. And as part of that work, the student ran a benchmark to quantify how much an improvement that made to a full backup. To start wrapping up, after hopefully gaining your interest as a potential student or a potential mentor, here's a timeline of events. It's not too early to start thinking about getting involved next year. In January, organizations start applying to participate in the program. Then in March, the organizations are accepted. Students start applying shortly after. In May, students are selected by the various organizations. And then in June, projects begin. Thank you everyone for listening. Hope to see more students and organizations get involved.
Woo, awesome. Yay. Thank you so much, Mark. That was an awesome talk. Once again, if you have any questions or thoughts, Mark is in the Matrix channel for this talk, which is, it's FRI 1050, PostgreSQL in the SeaGL Matrix. Up next, I believe we have some lightning talks before lunch, but those are happening around 11:30. Really quick, I do one more time want to thank our sponsor, JMP, for sponsoring this talk track. And I think that's everything. So thank you all so much for attending. And I'll see you at Lightning Talks.
great quick bites for you from Kaylee Champion and Aaron Wolf. And after lightning talks, we'll be taking a break for lunch, and we'll be back at it with more talks starting at 1:15 p.m.
Findings from 2021 Global Floss Research in 5 minutes. I'm Kaylee Champion. I'm Kaylee Champion. I study floss as a PhD candidate, University of Washington. Floss-related research is everywhere. Researchers use it, study it, use data derived from it, all kinds of discoveries. 2021, no exception. We're headed on a high-speed trip through research results from around the world. Most interesting tidbits I found this year. Usually when I talk about research, I talk about my own work. This talk, I'm talking about a whole lot of work done by other folks. Still awesome work. Time is short. Please read the papers for full details. And this talk comes with one free box of exclamation points. Finding number 1. Underproduction is a problem in floss. I, together with my advisor at University of Washington, have been looking at software infrastructure risk, studying packages and bugs in Debian. We found substantial underproduction, highly important, poor quality packages. This is widespread in Debian. Debian needs more help. Also, my friend and yours, William Salt Hale, University of Washington, his MA thesis looks at how licensing helps floss communities. In particular, looking at packages in Debian, protective licenses like the GPL are associated with higher rates of development. Let's talk about floss foundations and organizations. This group out of the university in Poland found that if you look at activity metrics from all of these major organizations over time, unfortunately they are flat or declining. What's next for floss organizations? Let's figure it out. Finding number 4, bringing in new contributors matters a whole lot to floss communities. These researchers out of Japan examined 11 GitHub repositories that made heavy use of the good first issue tag. Tagging bugs that way did indeed help newcomers to get started, although it didn't really bring in documentation help, so new strategies are needed there. Let's talk about patterns, in particular anti-patterns in modern code review. This international group examined this key practice for kind of improving code quality using both existing literature and a sample out of OpenStack, found recognizable patterns in bad code review, including toxic review. Let's talk about toxic. This group of researchers out of Canada looked at what happens in a volunteer project when civility breaks down. In particular, analysis of the Linux kernel mailing list. When patches are rejected, if they're rejected in a toxic way, that often drives people away. They just don't continue to contribute. Let's talk about Python. So Python's a key technology. 550 vulnerabilities in 252 packages in PyPy was their data set. They found that security fixes in Python are slow. So vulnerabilities fixed 3 years after they were introduced, only fixed after being announced. This is a problem. Security help needed in Python. Let's talk a little about COVID. Great interest throughout the floss communities and kind of how that's influenced us, including Linux Foundation at Google. We have this massive shift to remote work, stressful conditions. So tracking repository activity through this time, Linux kernel largely unchanged. Those folks were already very distributed, accustomed to remote work. Google found with its affiliated projects that contributions actually went up. Let's talk a little about leadership. In particular, maintainers. What makes a great maintainer? These folks did interviews of maintainers of top projects as well as surveying contributors, and they found that communication is the most important. Technical skill matters, vision matters, attention to detail matters, but communication is key. Finally, let's talk about motivations. Why do we do what we do? This international group of folks took a look at something that we haven't had as much attention on since early studies were done maybe 2 decades ago. They did a survey of 242 contributors and found that experts are kind of more interested in the good of the community and altruism over time. New contributors continue to be very interested in kind of social rewards, having fun. Finally, let's close with a couple of headlines. This year gave us Floss in Space and on Mars, amazing. A growth in open source program offices, not only in the Fortune 500 and big tech companies, but also at universities. Mozilla is continuing to have success with outreachy internships, top contributors to the kernel. Cyber attacks were definitely in the news. Software supply chain security is a big concern. However, the software bill of materials movement may offer some kind of relief from that. So that's kind of the general mosaic of global FLOSS research for 2021. A summary of all the findings I've gone over so far. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'll see you next time.
Hi, my name is Aaron Wolf. I'm one of the co-founders of Snowdrift.coop, which is this fundraising platform for public goods like free software. It's not fully operational yet, but I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about a different idea, which is meta on many levels. The idea is a variant of the old phrase, practice what you preach. You have ideas for other people, make sure you're putting them to work for yourself, you're applying them to yourself and not being a hypocrite. Okay, fair enough. But I learned from Adam Grant, this organizational psychologist, this variant that I don't know if he came up with, but preach only what you practice. And for me, that was a much higher bar and much more challenging. Preach only what you practice means I stop myself from preaching if I haven't checked that I'm already practicing something. It's easy enough for me to tell someone else, your presentation is too rambly. You're not telling the story. Where's your narrative? Why aren't you talking about how you got from point A to point B so that people can hear? Stories are really interesting. You should be telling stories, not just talking about abstract ideas. But then I go, and then I find that I'm not really by the standard of preach only what you practice. I am not allowed to go and tell people that. Now, I might tell people in a roundabout way. I was recording this video, and I wish that it had just been live because then I'd know who my audience was. But instead, I was stuck at home where, unfortunately, when you're recording a video, you can edit it and then you can re-edit it. And so that takes a whole bunch more time because I can be perfectionistic about it. I'm not telling you what to do. So someone who's a die-hard free software user who is consistently using free software in their life can preach to others about the use of free software. But those of us who make compromises, we could talk about our complaints about them. There's nothing hypocritical about driving in a car in a system that is built for car driving in order to get somewhere, like to a conference. That happened to be the most practical thing for how the world was set up, and then complaining about that world and saying, I don't like this. I wish the world was set up differently. I wish we had a high-speed train and that I could do this in a different way. That's not hypocritical. But if I tell other people that they should behave a certain way, the practice what you preach would say, okay, well, I should do that too. Fine. But preach only what you practice, to me, is a higher bar because I have to live up to it first before I'm even allowed to preach it. I'm not sure if I've gotten good enough at preaching only what I practice in order to preach it to you. But at the very least, I can talk to you about the challenge that it's brought to me and what I'm doing to live up to it. It applies to all sorts of things in how I engage with volunteers, how I participate in meetings, how I think about my own flow of my day, what work I do, how to keep my priorities straight, time boxing. I might notice myself telling other people that it's more important to get the core points across than to try to cram in every last thing. So I need to try to practice that myself, despite my inclination to go on and want to express all of the different applications and instances and ramifications. I think that submitting a talk that's less than 5 minutes, even though there's a 5-minute slot, is just fine. And that's something I would preach to others. So if I submit this talk and it comes in at well less than 5 minutes, then I get to tell others that they don't need to use all of their time either.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session. This is track 1 and day number 1. And with us, we have Dave Stokes, and he's going to talk to us a bit about JSON validation. So enjoy this conversation, and we'll be taking questions in the Matrix channel specific to Dave's talk, and I will share them at the end. All right. Take it away.
Hi, folks. Thank you for joining us today. I wish I was in Seattle for the in-person show. Unfortunately, my company doesn't let me travel right now, which is kind of a shame. Talking today about JSON validation and MySQL. And if you have any questions, I'd rather answer them as they pop up than risk running out of time or Murphy's Law biting us in the backside. So let's get talking about JSON validation. For those who don't know me, I'm Dave Stokes. I've been on the MySQL community team 11 years, kind of a shocker to me. I have a blog at elephantdolphin.blogspot.com that usually talks about programming and MySQL. Need to get a hold of me. I'm at Stoker on Twitter, and email is david.stokes@oracle.com. And by the way, the slides are available on slideshare.net. Just look for JSON document validation. And with that, I'm going to go into the presentation. Oh, got to put in my little icon that another show gave me as a speaker gift. Okay, JSON. If you've been in suspended animation for the past couple of years, you may have missed JSON. Well, what is it? And it's JavaScript object notation, which is hard to say on a Friday afternoon. It's a way to interchange data. For those of you who went through the XML wars, XML was kind of hard to read, and you have all these UTDs, and you looked at it, it kind of was kind of weird to look at and kind of hard to deal with. Well, JSON kind of bypasses all that. It's a very common format. It's very easy to read with human eyes. It's very easy to parse with a computer. And it's fairly language independent, although it is kind of from the JavaScript land. If you're a JavaScript phobe, it's still very handy. So what does JSON look like? If you've never seen JSON before, well, this is a JSON document. Your records are called documents. And it's all based on keys and values. For example, here we have a key of GNP and this value here. The keys are usually strings, like in this case, name United States. The values can be numbers, they can be strings, they can be arrays, they can be, as you see here, we have a key with various objects with or key values within there. And this embedding can get kind of crazy sometimes. So if you're a novice to this, don't go too crazy because you have to dig your way out of this eventually. But this is what JSON looks like. Now, the things to notice is that to be valid, it has to start and end in curly braces. If you're trying to input a JSON document into a JSON column in MySQL and it's not valid JSON, the server will kick it out. You're going to hear me say this over and over again today. It's easier to keep the bad data out than to track down the bad data and fix it later. So when you're looking in a JSON record, you're going to see that objects are enclosed in curly braces and arrays are in square brackets. By the way, MySQL does not have an array data type, so a lot of folks are using JSON documents for arrays. Well, as you saw from that document, JSON is pretty much freeform, which is a great thing. There's lots of cases where you're starting a project and your bosses will literally tell you, start coding today, and in 2 weeks, we'll come back and tell you what you're actually working on, what the data is going to look like, what the reports need to look like. But we need you to start coding today. And the trouble with that is in the world of relational databases that have developed since the 1970s is we're strict on our data. If you have an integer, by goodness, you better be putting in integer numbers, not those silly decimals or character values. You oftentimes, depending on how strict your database is, can't do that. And one of the other things that's in there is that with relational databases, you can specify that certain columns have to be there. If there's no value given, you're going to get default values. You also have check constraints where you can say, well, the value for age has to be over a certain amount. This is very handy with dealing with data. Now, I like to call this applying rigor to your data. And if you don't have rigor to your data and it's freeform, there can be all sorts of messes. Now, relational databases love to be strict. DBAs love to be strict. And the JSON world is kind of not so much. Now, here's an example where JSON's freeform format ideas can hurt. So like you and 5 of your closest programming friends are working on a project and you're storing email addresses. Well, you, of course, are still storing it as email, E-M-A-I-L, all lowercase. Hopefully, you're all using the RFC for email addresses. The person closest to you physically in the world who's saving everything is E, camel case M, mail. Someone's doing it with a dash, someone's spelling out electronic. Someone's kind of mixing all that. Now, these are all valid in JSON. And the trouble is when you have to search for all the possibilities on that, it takes a lot of compute power and it gets really messy quickly. So some examples of keeping data clean. So let's create a table. It's going to have 2 columns. One is an integer and one is a name. And if we go to insert into that table, we know the table has 2 places for data and we're just supplying one. And the database doesn't know what's going on there. It knows this isn't an integer. It's not quite sure that's the field there. So it's going to tell you the column count doesn't match the value at row 1. Create a similar table. And we have our integer again, and we have a name, but this time we say the value, the column has to have a value. For those of you not used to null, it's a very interesting concept. It basically says we don't know what the value of this is. So we're going to put this with this funny thing called null. So in this case, we're trying to insert into this table. We're trying to insert the ID number and give it a value, but we have to find the name thing as not null. And we didn't give it a default value. So the system kicks out the data. Now in this example, which is very convoluted, we have another table and we have a column called C1, which is again an integer. And we're setting up a constraint, which basically says before this gets into the database, we're going to run this constraint, which is called C1 not 42 error check or error. By the way, name your constraints because it's very hard to try to find the right ones with minimal information. You know, check number 4. What's that? You have to go digging through the table definition. Now, in this one, the check is that the value of C1 is not equal to 42. Now, the trick here is the default value is 42. So when we go to insert our data, we don't give a value for 42. Well, the system knows something's wrong here and it's going to kick it out and it comes back and says this constraint is violated. But what if there's a way to check the stuff that's in JSON before it gets into the table and still give you the roughly freeform benefits of using JSON? Well, the wonderful folks at json-schema.org have come up with a protocol or a method of doing this. They're trying to get this accepted as an RFC. I wish them luck. I think their approach is the way to go. It's not too tricky and it makes a lot of sense. If you're really interested in this, go out and go to their website. MySQL doesn't follow all their recommendations yet. If you would like something that we don't have, please go out there and put in a request for feature on bugs.mysql.com. So what do these folks do? Well, they came up with a way of checking the JSON document to be input against a template. And our engineers looked at that and said, hey, that's a kind of a great way to do that. So they engineered 2 functions. The first one's called JSON schema valid, which will take your example document that you want to use as your exemplar or your template and pass that against the data that's coming in. And if it's not valid, it will return a 0. If it is valid, it returns a 1. To go along with that, we also have JSON schema validation report. You'll see an example of that in just a little bit. This will take a failed operation where the result is 0 and give you more detail of why it failed. By the way, this is all introduced within MySQL 8. So JSON schema valid, the first one I mentioned, takes 2 arguments. First is the schema that you're using as the template or the exemplar. By the way, it has to be a JSON document and a valid JSON document. And then your incoming JSON document. Again, the server will kick it out if it's not valid JSON. And provided that everything fits up here based on documents, both in JSON, both are valid, and the system has accepted them. This function will return a 1 if it is a valid document. If not, it's going to return a 0. Now, the JSON schema validation report takes, well, you hopefully use it on a failed insert because there's really not a lot of information on a good one. Basically, it's going to come back and tell you in a human readable string why things went bad, the location of the document coming in where things failed, and a string containing the keyword or property in which the schema was violated. And you'll see an example of that in just a little bit. We'll tell you what, let me pop over to the private chat, and nothing there right now. Okay, so simple example 1. We have as our exemplar all this in here. I've set up a variable called @s for our schema. And what it is, we're saying, okay, we have this JSON document. Remember that starts with curly braces. And we're going to be testing an object. And the properties of that object is that the key is my age. The type is numeric. I can have string or numeric or decimal. The values that we're going to accept for this numeric data is a minimum of 28 and a maximum of 99. And then we set up our test document, which is basically a very simple JSON document. We have our curly braces, the key of my age, and the value is equal to 33. When we run JSON schema with this document against this template, it comes back and returns 1 because we wanted something called my age. We have that. We wanted numeric data. We have that. And the data has to be between 28 and 99. And that returns a 1. Well, let's take a look at where it doesn't work. Once again, the template is all the same. It's looking for my age. It's looking for a number. It's looking for values between 28 and 99. In this case, we're trying to put in the key of my age with a value of foo. Well, in this case, it's going to come back and say, that's not a number, and it's going to return a 0. Well, let's change it just a little bit. Everything's still the same over here on the left-hand side. But this time, our key of my age has a value of 16. So what happens, the system sees the document, says, yeah, it has my age. It has numeric data, but 16 is under the minimum. So I'm going to reject that. It is not a valid JSON document according to the template I set up here. Now, the JSON schema validation report will put out a JSON formatted string. I highly recommend, if you're going to use it, is to run it through our JSON pretty printer. It puts in carriage returns and line feeds where it makes it a little bit easier to read. Otherwise, this is just a long string, kind of messy and hard to read. So in this example, the report comes back and said, our document validation was not valid. It's not valid, false validation. And the reason, the JSON document, the location my age, which is the key we're looking for, failed requirement minimum at the properties for my age. And the schema failed keyword is minimum. So this tells you we had a value that was below our minimum value. Now, something else you can do with this that takes advantage of returning the 1 and 0 is put it in a constraint check in a table definition. Now, in this example, we have roughly the same information you saw, the JSON schema valid of type object, looking for my age, looking for numeric data between 28 and 99. One thing we've changed down here is required my age if the document does not have a key value, a key with the with my age as its value, and it's going to reject the document, and then it's going to check to see if it passes all the other requirements. And since this is a constraint check, what we do is we have our information for the constraint check within here, and if it's not 1, if it does pass our validation report, the system will let it into the database. So first example, insert into our table, my age, 27. The constraint check, my age in range, is violated. Now I could run this through the validation report to get more information, but this is kind of an obvious answer here. Now, if I try to put in a value that is good, insert into TextX values, my age 97. It's valid JSON, has my age, and has a good value. In it goes to the database. And once again, it's easier to keep the bad stuff out than to fix it later. Okay, let me run back and see if there's any questions out there. Okay. If you want to learn more about this, I highly recommend the MySQL manual. It's a couple pages of information, and it's really nothing too scary if you've been dealing with MySQL functions before, or functions in just about any other procedural or object-oriented language. Now, the JSON schema stuff is, I don't keep on track of. Often I go back there about once every 2 months and read through it. Very smart people out there. I think they have a good thing going here, and they're trying to get this into an RFC. If you want to see these examples again a little bit more, here's a blog post that I wrote a while ago. By the way, so I get paid for talking here. If you want to try out the MySQL database service on the Oracle Cloud and you want some free credits, you can go out to oracle.com/cloud/free. You get $300 free that are good for 30 days. If you're just trying the basic MDS as a single MySQL instance, you get the Enterprise Edition of MySQL, by the way, not the Community Edition, which has a few more features like data masking and a couple other things. If you stay with low-end images, that will last a while. If you go to our high availability InnoDB cluster, we have 3 machines, and if one fails, the other ones take over for it automatically. The failed instance is rebuilt and rejoined back to your instance. By the way, if you're going to try HeatWave, which is our high-end analytics engine with the auto-tune machine learning ability where it watches your queries and watches your data and optimizes things on the fly, that will run through your $300 just a little bit quicker. Please follow us on social media. We're MySQL.com. We're MySQL on Twitter. We're MySQL on Facebook. And our group on LinkedIn is just over 21,000 people and fairly active. Also, if you are working for a startup, I highly recommend going out to oracle.com/startup and signing up there. We have cloud credits, marketing exposure, a whole bunch of events that you'll be invited to, and access to a lot of our customers. Also, if you're working with the JSON data type, the second edition of my book on MySQL and JSON has been out for a little while now. I had to basically double the size when we added some new features around 8.0.18 days. By the way, 8.0.27 is the latest version of MySQL. It came out 2 weeks ago. Lots of coding examples, lots of best practices. The manual is good, but it's not designed for teaching you how to use the JSON data type. And there are a lot of little gotchas in there. And with that, let's have your questions and hopefully have answers for them. Someone wrote, always distrust your user. Paranoia with your data is not a bad thing. Let's see. And Don said, so far, no questions have come in. If you do have questions and you're too shy or too busy, please contact me. You have my contact information there. Once again, the slides are available at slideshare.net/Dave Stokes.
Thank you so much, Dave. That was very, very enlightening. I always wrestle whether or not I should put JSON into my database at all. And more people and more companies are doing it, whether it's a good idea or not.
Well, it saves you if you have a lot of multiple many-to-many joins where you dive into a customer to another table, another table, come back and say, oh, yeah, they have green shirts. You denormalize your data and do that sort of work. The other thing, if you need to capture the data in JSON format, that's an ideal way to do that. Yeah. And there's a lot of things where you have little piddling things where you don't want to open up a new table to do that. It's great for the little what I call stub data.
I'm forever getting my JSON data wrong, and so I've picked up I think it's JSON validator. It's like an online validator, and it's always super subtle what I did wrong.
For those of you who are new to programming, you end up killing yourself over the subtle errors. The big obvious stuff you spot, but as you get older, the things get more subtle. Or is your brain just going soft? As you get gray hair, you can't really tell the difference anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Dave. This was wonderful.
Well, thanks for hosting this, Don. By the way, I'm speaking tomorrow at, I think it's 10 o'clock Seattle time on MySQL account authorization. There's some little subtle gotchas in there as well that people wonder, gee, I set up the account. Why isn't it working as I want? The permissions aren't as I set up, and things are just crazy. So hopefully you can join us then for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
See you. We'd like to take a moment here to thank our platinum level sponsor, JMP, Jump, and just really give them a shout out saying thank you so much for helping make this happen. Without our sponsors, without our volunteers, without our speakers, and without the sponsorships, we couldn't make this happen. So thank you, our viewer, and we'll see you in the next one.
also there. We see both of those coming off, and then the debugging is off. So you can turn it on and off with minus X and plus X respectively. Also, I'd like to remind people who might not be looking at the chat, if you have any questions, there is QA time at the end. Feel free to put your questions in the chat now rather than waiting to the very end of it. So set minus X, great for when you're debugging things. Put it on and off around the places you care about. Something you should have on all the time is set minus U. And I'll explain why with an example here. We're going to echo out hello user, here's your home directory, and here's a variable SSH client. The user variable, your shell typically sets this. For me, it would be user Bry. In this case, it was user Wendell. That was who's logged in. Your home directory also set by your shell. SSH client, that's a variable that's set by SSH if you've logged into this machine from somewhere else. It'll say the machine you came from, IP address, and the port and stuff. So if we run this right now, having logged in directly on my console, it says, hello, Wendell. Your home directory is this. You logged in from, and there's just nothing there. That SSH client is not set. It automatically will just replace it with nothing. If we use set minus U, however, it will actually care if you use something that isn't set, which is good because you could make typos. You could have said client without a T at the end. So if you just set minus U, when you run it, it'll still say, hello, Wendell. Your home directory is home Wendell. But it will now instantly crash on line 5 because the SSH client variable is not set. And when it does this, it actually exits incorrectly. So it'll exit 1. On the previous page, where I exited 1, that was a typo. I'll fix that later. So set minus U is really important to make sure you don't use variables you never actually set. If, however, you're conscious that there might be a variable that's not set, and you want to set it for something else in case, you can use a nice big if block. If thing not set, then set it to blah. Or if not, then use some other variable. Bash actually has some convenient ways of trimming that down to make it more efficient. So let's say we wanted to print out SSH client if it's set, but if it's not, we'd like to print out something else. So we want to be able to say, if set, use it. If not, use something else. There is an option here. You have your $, your curly brackets, which can go around your variable name. You put your variable name itself, you put a colon, and then a dash. And then you put whatever you want that value to be if it wasn't set. So this will not throw an error whether set U is set on or off. And you'll always have some value coming through here. So if the SSH client is not set, we end up seeing this value something other than SSH. And indeed, that's what we get down here. The SSH client variable is not changed in this. It's just replaced here inside this usage. If, however, you do want to not only use that value if it doesn't exist and set it, you can, instead of using colon dash, use colon equals. And that will actually set the variable value to that default if you want. There are many, many, many different ways or different options you have in variables like this. You can pull substrings out of strings. You can substitute things. You can do wildcards. You can take indirection by taking a variable name and converting it to its value. There's a lot of different things you can do inside these magic curlies. Only use the ones that you would be able to show somebody who isn't familiar with your code and it would make sense to them. Don't use all the magical power because you can, because it might make it harder to read. The ones I use typically are really just these two. Those are the most popular ones. The last setting you might want to turn on globally within your program, and again, this is a defensive measure you use to make sure your code works well, is set minus E. If you're ever writing your code and you want to make sure that it's working properly, you could just say, create file, touch this, echo this, delete this, boom, 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 boom. But you want to actually make sure that all those things work before they go forward. So typically you end up having a lot of this. If something happens or something doesn't happen, then you have to check the exit status of each of these things and make sure they work properly. So let's say first thing I want to do is create a temp file. In order to make sure it works before I start using it, I would want to say if not touch, in other words, if I couldn't touch the temp file, then echo couldn't create the temp file and maybe you exit out. So this kind of, do a thing with if blocks over and over and over again can get kind of tedious. So what thing you might want to do instead is just say, everything that I have in this script either needs to succeed or my program should just stop right away. And so this code here with the if block, running a touch, echoing the problem, could be trimmed down to just this: set -e, which means every command has to exit successfully, and simply just touch the file, edit the file, remove the file, echo things. Every single thing either exits successfully or the script stops. So you don't have to worry about all of this boilerplate to verify your commands worked. Now you might be thinking, what if I know something could fail and that's okay? The pipeline itself is the thing that needs to succeed. So if I were trying to remove a file, let's say I don't own it or it's in a directory I don't own, so I can't delete the file. If I don't care if the remove fails, I just want to do my best. You could say, thing 1 or thing 2. So in this case, remove the file or true. This pipe means do the right-hand side if the left-hand side was not successful. So this means run the rm command to remove a file. If it did not do so, then run the command true. And the command true just always exits as. So this is essentially saying, if the file removing doesn't work, then we're okay with that. Exit true anyway, we're fine. So this is a quick way you can essentially neuter out so that rm is ignored if it doesn't succeed. Some commands are also smart and actually have different options where they can change their own exit status. For example, rm specifically has a -f. If you say force, it'll try to remove the file no matter what. And if it can't succeed, it still exits true. So this would be another way you could say, remove it, do your best. If it doesn't work, it's okay. But set -e at the top of your script means every single thing you have in there has to succeed, and it means you don't have to do so many if checks to make sure that a critical piece of code succeeded properly. One thing to note, however, as I kind of implied in the previous, is it is the entire pipeline of the commands. If you had thing, pipe thing, pipe thing, pipe thing. So let's say cat a file, grep for this, sort, reverse, unique. If you've got a whole bunch of things, it's the exit status of the very last thing in the pipeline that matters by default. If that is not going to work for you, if you want to actually check to make sure that each one of the individual components of the pipeline succeeds, you can add an additional thing, set -o pipe fail. If any component of a pipeline fails, then we consider the whole line to have failed. So in this example, we have our set -e, meaning make sure that failures make our program quit. We set pipe fail to make sure that any component of the pipeline is required. And we're going to run w, which shows the current logged in users. We're going to pipe that to grep. We're going to look for :0. There's usually a column in the w output. There's the tty, so it might be tty1, tty2. If I'm on the console, it's typically :0. So I'm going to print out who. I'm going to find :0, and I'm going to awk out that first person. I'm going to say Bry's logged in. With set -e, this will actually look like it succeeds, even though there are no logged in users if that grep itself fails, because grep, when it doesn't find any lines, exits with a failure. If you have set -o pipe fail, then this whole thing will fail and your script will stop. So use pipe fail where it makes sense. If things inside the pipeline are important to not fail, then pipe fail should be something you turn on. You can turn it on and off just before or after pipes where it makes sense for your code. Another wonderful thing you can do is trap. Like you might have been thinking in the back of your head, so if my script just dies on line 5 of 500, do I know that it died? Is there any way that I could be informed that it's going to die? And trap is one of the ways you're going to be able to use. Trap can do a bunch of things, but the most common thing it's used for is doing things on exit, or for example, cleaning up or informing you of things. So trap takes as the first argument a function to run or a program to run, and then one or more conditions on which it should run. The most popular one that I use is exit. This says on exit, run the cleanup function. So what I've got here is I'm going to set that was supposed to be u, set -u, set -e. I'm going to make a variable called temp file. I'm going to put nothing in it. It's just an empty variable. I've got a function defined here. I'm going to skip that for now. I set my trap to run the cleanup when it's time. And first part of my big script, make a temp file variable and make a temp file with mktemp. That script runs, makes a temp file, returns the name of it. And so I put that into the temp file variable and I do stuff with it for 25 minutes. No matter how my script exits, because I hit Control C or it succeeds or I kill it from a different terminal, it's going to end up running this cleanup at the very last step. So this cleanup function looks to see if temp file, the variable, is set and is an existing file. So if -f means if the file exists, and that temp file here, then I'm going to remove it and clean up. So all that is doing here is finding out if temp is set, which we had a variable set up front with nothing. It's set later on. And I don't have to worry about in every single place that my program possibly could die, also doing my cleanup step. I just say, do this at the end. So that's one example of using trap on exit. Here's a different example. Let's say you got something that's really long and it's reading through a bunch of files and doing stuff and it's processing them until, let's say, the directory is empty. So it processes file, does something, processes files, does something, deletes them as it goes. And it keeps going until the directory is all the way cleaned up. If you were to hit Control C halfway through the script, then it dies because Control C quits your script by default. This is being clever and allowing you to know that you probably shouldn't hit Control C. This thing takes a long time. So we've got our trap on int is Control C for you, the interrupt. We're going to run the warn function. Let's look at the warn function in a second. So in this case, I'm just kind of being boring. Forever sleep for 20 seconds and print out that we're sleeping. The warn function itself is here. What it does is I've got a breaks required equal 3. I said a number of times you have to hit Control C is 3. You've got to mean it. So when it gets called on Control C, if there are still breaks required left, then I'll print out this is not a good idea. It tells you how many times you got left, and it decreases it by 1. So the first time it says breaks required 3, 2, 1, and then when you hit it, it'll actually quit your script. So you can trap that Control C and do something with it if you want to. One important note is when you hit Control C, whatever part of your process was running did stop. So in this case, I've got sleep. If I had sleep 20 and I hit Control C at 2 seconds in, it doesn't sleep another 18 seconds. That one did fail. So you have to make sure that your program is able to deal with that. But this is showing how you can use different signals when you're doing your traps. This is another favorite. I'm really lazy. One of the general rules of Unix is when your thing succeeds, it should show nothing, and if it fails, it should send something a standard error. Some tools I write are for people who aren't used to that, and so I want to show something no matter what. And so rather than having a script that exits out and says success in every place it could exit, I make an @exit function. And so on exit, I will run this. If the process is about to quit with true, so $? Is the exit status. 0 means success. If it's about to exit success, it prints out success. Otherwise, it says script failure. And then this is run automatically at exit, no matter where it exited and how. So in this case, my code is exiting either 0, 1, or 2 randomly. It's taking the current date in the number of seconds, doing it mod 3, and exiting with this. So if you ran this 500 times, it'll say success and script failure 1/3 and 2/3 of the time, respectively. So an easy way of doing something with trap at exit, first one I showed you was cleanup. This one is always showing some success or failure at the end. Okay. Another thing I use all the time, I have a shell script. My shell script is not standalone. There might be another file in that directory or configuration or an ini file or some YAML thing that needs to pass to some other script. A lot of my scripts have other files that are necessary, and I usually keep them in the same directory, or maybe they're up the directory and back down somewhere, but they're in a known place. I don't want to refer to them with the full-blown path name because I might check out, like let's say this is in Git, I might check it in my home directory, I might check it out in somebody else's home directory, I might check it out in /opt/srv. It's good to be able to use relative links or relative path names to where your script comes. So rather than hard coding names, I almost always have a pattern, this one or the one you'll see in the next page, where I say, the top, where is my file coming from? $paren dir name $0. $0 is the name of the script as the human typed it. So if they said ./code, that will be dot. If they ran /opt/bin/thing, it'll be opt bin thing. So we're going to take the directory of the way they got to our script and put that in a variable called top. And this script, it's got some file name parameters you have in $1, $2, and it needs to read some config. So it's going to read that from the top directory. That's the same directory my code lives in. It wants to run some other script, tool.sh, that's up a directory. So we'll use relative paths, from the top, up a directory, and then down to other scripts to get to tool.sh. This pattern I have very liberally throughout my code. Find out where my script lives and then find relative to that directory the things I need. This is the alternate one. In this case, instead of referring to the top directory, I'm going to actually change into that directory. So I'm going to skip this first top part here. I'm going to cd into dir name $0, the directory my file is written in. And then I can source ./my config and my directory .other scripts. Whichever one you like, you can use. They both work similarly. This one is a little easier to read. The one important thing to note, however, is if you're actually changing directory from where the person ran things, if they had any path names, or if they were planning on writing files out, you do want to make sure you know where those were before you moved. So in this case, I say file 1 is the real path to thing 1, file 2 is a path to thing 2, and I use those names later on so that I'm making sure that I get to the right place. Dates and logs. If you ever write logs, if you ever write dates, please, dear God, 1, do not use 2-digit dates. Y2K is not that far in the past, will happen again. 2, make sure they sort properly. This is the only valid in my world date format. Year, month, day, or year, month, day, hour, minute, second. Big things to little things. So the date command allows you to print out dates. And so this script here is giving us a poor man's logging infrastructure. When I say info script starting, it runs the info function. Info runs log with info, and then this $@ is the things I had already typed in. So in this case, $@ gets script starting. Log, what did log do? Log echoes out the time and then whatever I just said. So all this is going to do is print out the things I had with the date that it happened, in case it's a long-running process, and the commands I got. So, for example, if I ran this with script starting, sleeps 20, info 20 seconds past, the output will look like this. Nicely formatted. This is easily sortable. This is easily searchable. Info, here's the stuff that you said. And then last, I'm pretty sure this is last, usage. It's really helpful to have a minimal amount of usage for your thing. If you run it without the right commands, the right arguments, have some sort of usage option. So my usage usually looks like this. Cat out to the user, some chunk, this is the usage. There are optional things at -n. It takes at least one file name, but multiple optional file names are available also. And inside the usage, if they actually send to the usage function anything else, then print out error. So for example, I'll say if they have less than one argument, then say need one or more file names. Lastly, if you want to write good code that is easy for people to use, getops is their friend. You can say I've got multiple different options, and what they do, they'll set variables. You can run code. You can pull out variables from there. For example, -H would give you this thing, and you can throw it in a hostname variable and use it. It is really convenient for them. It's really kind of ugly for you. It is not the most useful function that Bash has. You can't have long options. You can't bundle options like -AV. You'd have to have -A and -V. So it's not the most pretty thing in the world. Run your code through shell check. It'll find lots of bugs. Use greater than ~2 to send debug out to Stanford error. And most importantly, when you're writing shell code, make sure you know when shell is not the right thing. If you're using bash arrays, probably should use some other language. Lots of command line parsing that's complex, probably the wrong language. Need concurrency, wrong language. You need to look at the man page yourself, definitely the wrong language. If no one can sit down and look at your 1, 2, 3, 5-page thing and understand it because you had to use too many magic things inside bash or arrays, write it in Python. So that is a presentation. I'm going to start seeing what kind of questions we have here. I actually do have bonus slides if we do not have any questions.
Okay, Bryce, so far the only question was asking about where your slides are, and that appears to be right on the top of this slide. So I think you've answered it.
The slides are there. I'll drop that in the chat room here as well. I do know I'm talking fast.
And yeah, if you have bonus slides, go for it. We got 7 minutes left.
Okay. Bonus slides time. Because I don't like to stop. By the way, anyone who wants to jump in, again, I'm going to watch the chat over here too. Color. Color is useful only where color is useful. But if you want to use color, like you want to emphasize something, by default, every terminal you got has 8 colors to work with. One of them, of course, is black. But there are 8 colors that every terminal can use. And there's a program called tput that will allow you to change the output color to, from that point forward to whatever color you choose. So, clicking over there, these are the main colors you have available. So there's a thing called tput set AF that sets the foreground color, the color of your text. So 0 is black, 1 is red. There is no real purple here. I'm very disappointed. If you want to see all the different things that tput can do, look at the term info man page. It'll give you a list of a bunch of things. Foreground, background, blink, all sorts of stuff. If you're in a 256 color terminal, you actually have more colors to work with as well. But that only happens if your terminal supports it. The xterm-256 color terminal, for example, does. Once you're done mucking around with things, please do SGR0, which resets it back to the defaults. Environment variables. We're often, you need to set an environment variable for just one command, as opposed to wanting to stay throughout the rest of our script. You can set variables on the command line itself or in your scripts for that and only that program. So let's say I want to use SSH to a remote server. There's a variable called SSH authsock that points at my agent. Maybe I don't want to use that agent for this command. For just this one and only one SSH, I don't want it to use my authentication socket. I can use this variable equals tick tick to not set it for that particular one SSH command. Or if my current machine is in PDT and I type date, it shows me the time in Pacific time. But if I do TZ, time zone, equals UTC date, it shows me the current time in UTC. But my actual shell still has a time zone as whatever it was before, Pacific. So it's an easy way of saying, for this one command I run, this date or this SSH, give me a different environment variable. Job control. If you do not know how to use Control-Z, please learn how to use Control-Z. It will save your life. This is your life without job control. You make a change to a script, you quit. You run it. I had problems. You open up the script again. You make some changes. You quit. You run it. You do this over and over and over again. With job control, you can actually Control-Z out of the shell. So you write your scripts. You Control-Z, you run it, see what you need to change, you foreground. When you foreground, you're now back in the script exactly where you were. If you're in line 503, you're still in line 503. Your undo buffer is exactly what it was before. Whatever things you have in your buffers, all that stuff is exactly the way it was, which means you don't have to go and recreate all that history. So you go foreground, make your changes, and you write it, Control-Z, run your script, go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. The only other option is to have 2 entirely separate terminals, one where you're writing the code, one where you run the code. I don't like using my mouse to go back and forth. So job control is a wonderful thing. So Control-Z background's a thing. You can actually do BG to make it run in the background, or it can just sit there in the stopped background state. FG brings it to the foreground. You can foreground separate different things if you have multiple up and run. Job control is good. Status. I want to know if things succeeded or failed every time. So I actually have in my prompt $?, which shows me the status of the previously run command. So every time I hit enter, every time I run a command, I can find out from the first characters in my prompt, 0, 1, 503, what the exit status was. So if I run true exits success, so I get a 0. If I run false, I get a 1 there. I know one person who went a step further, and if it were a success, it would print, various emojis look cool, and if it was a failure, it would print out 5 poop emojis. just amazing. Like, you know for a fact the thing before you failed. And since kind of the rule of Linux is only output on error and not everything does, having an exit status of some kind in your prompt makes it a lot easier to know the things you ran before, if they were successful or not. Don't do this. And if you don't know what that is, it's a fork bomb. It will take your machine down as it creates infinite projects. And now, for realsies, we're done. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. And I love the idea of the bonus slides. It makes the Q&A a lot more interesting. Let me jump back. Some comments about using the Control-Z. I was thinking about that. I was like, could have saved me so much time when I was starting as a sysadmin. I was doing the right click constantly. And a comment about using Echo, but we'll leave that for the chat room. We've got about a minute left, so I will do the shout out to our platinum sponsor. They're sponsoring Track1, that's JMP. And also, they're doing DevOps party games tonight. So if you want to, there'll probably be something in announcements or welcome directing you how to join DevOps party games. And you should be able to do that. So with that, I'm going to end the broadcast for us. And thank you so much, Brian. That was a great talk.
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy SeaGL.